up, nerds? Late start because my controller wouldn't work for some reason. Just decided to remove itself as a device. Feels weird. I don't really want to start just by jumping into a boss fight, but like, I don't think there's anything else for me to do. Oh, I can go to that place. I'll kill this shinobi here and get another prayer bead. Oh shit. I might have to restart my game too. Ugh. 60 frames is so gross. Yeah, it's gross, Tracy. It's gross. 60 FPS is not what it used to be. Hey, Autumn, how's it going? Why does it... What? Never seen that before. Oh, fuck off. I don't have the cat cam because they're never in the same spot anymore. They only use this other seat over here to beg, and I've got too much shit on this side. So, I don't know, I could jerry rig it, but I don't really want to. Why is nothing working? This whole day has just been technical issues. Hello? No speaking stream. Unminimize and exit full screen first. Oh, I have to put it into windowed mode, that's why. What? Go. I changed a bunch of settings for my graphics card and a bunch of other stuff last night. So G-Sync was forcing the game into 60 FPS. Now it should go into borderless. What the fuck? Nothing works. Why is this not fucking working? Oh my fucking god. Hey, Momin. Please just work. Yeah, Sekiro is the only game from FromSoft that was published by Activision. Bandai Namco did Dark Souls. Sekiro was Activision, and Bloodborne is Sony. I don't know. I don't understand why this thing isn't working all of a sudden. There we go. Finally, Jesus fucking Christ. Harada. You have to run mods to make this game work in borderless windowed mode and unlocking the frame rate. Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro on PC are both locked at 60 FPS, and it makes my eyes hurt. Because 60 FPS is for plebs. But even then, like, it's supposed to be forcing 90 FPS, and it's sitting here stuck at 74? Like, what the hell's going on? Something's fucked. I got Battlefield to run at higher FPS, and now Sekiro runs at less FPS. Incredible. I had it locked 90 before, and now it's chugging. So I messed something up.
Supposed to be dead. It doesn't matter. I'll kill you now.
Hey, Jen. Nice. You can parry the kick? I don't think I've ever done that before. So yeah, the first time we came through here, we had to sneak around up here. But now the path has been burned right through. So it implies that this version of the memory is slightly after the other one. Oh my god, nice. So I'm going up anyway, screw it. Like, the frames are noticeably chunkier. I don't know why this game is running at less FPS than it was before. Lone Shadows are the Interior Ministry's most trusted agents, each of leader Masatsuna Oribe, 17 born. Has a specialty from poison to shinobi hounds. So I haven't actually gone about counting how many of the Interior Ministry shinobi there are, but apparently there's 17 of them in total. Right, this guy's got the armor on. So let's strip it off, shall we? I didn't realize I was playing at a higher FOV too, that's nice. Oh yeah, I don't even need to go that way anyway, I can just go through here. The first time we came here, this entire place was laid with hay. So when they want to burn through and go to a place that was inaccessible before, they laid it with hay and let it on fire. So yeah, this version of the Hirata estate is later on than the one we saw earlier. Frames are chunky. Like, I don't know how I got Battlefield to run better and this game to run worse. It makes zero sense. I don't think there's anything new in here. So earlier, when I was on my way down to the Sunken Valley, we saw the Tengu. The Tengu had just fought one of these Interior Ministry shinobis, the purple guys. And when we came there later on, another Interior Ministry shinobi referred to the corpse as Masanari. So, Tengu killed Masanari later on, like 3 years after the events here. And pay attention to the names. Here's Juzo on the left, and then Masanari on the right.
Taking the Hirata estate was surprisingly easy. Owl's info was right on the money, you know.
I don't like him. There's something shifty about him. The smell of a crook. He's a villain. A down and out villain, Masanari.
Well, he's useful right now, so endure him. For all his scheming, he's a nameless rogue shinobi. His efforts won't amount to much.
Ha! I'm not complaining, so long as there's coin and booze in it.
So this confirms that Owl was the one behind the events at the Hirata estate. He gave intel to the thieves and to the Interior Ministry, and set all the events of the game in motion, essentially. And this also confirms that the corpse that we looted the dragon's blood droplet from before was Masanari. Anybody that drops a dragon's blood droplet or is found near one is related to Kuro, the Divine Child of the Rejuvenating Waters, or the Hirata estate. So you can use the Mountain Echo to pull this guy over. And then when he makes his way back, I'm going to do some shifty shit and try to get death blows on both characters. And of course it doesn't fucking work. Of course, why would it work? I can't get any of the tricks done on either of these fucking guys. I hate this game. Tracy. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. sometimes, dude. Die. So you're supposed to be able to use the blood smoke ninjutsu, get 2 free death blows, and then cycle back to bestowal and just fucking wreck the guy. But no, I had to do the fight legitimately. Meh. This is the guy we fought with earlier. So even if he survives the fight earlier, you find him dead here. Feels bad. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was good, but I don't know, Ghost of Tsushima was good. It has some interesting characters. But when you're when you're in an open world and you're going around from like outpost to outposts, a lot of the people are going to seem fairly minor. There's only like 5 or 6 or 7 major characters in Ghost of Tsushima, but I still enjoyed it. I don't think there's anything new back here. Teeth are bugging me. I got a bunch of money on me, and the owl fight is pretty rough, so I'm gonna go here for a second, spend some shit.
Sculptor. What? Need something?
Still need lumps of fat wax for that. Ooh, sparking axe, hell yeah. A loaded axe with an attached percussion hammer to create flame meets out attacks bathed in flame from the axe's blade. Hitting the sparking percussion hammer causes a violent eruption of flames and increases the effective area of the attack. This is both firearm and heavy axe. So it not only gives you poise and does insane amounts of posture damage to enemies, but now it also can burn them, and it has an increased area of effect, so you can use it against multiple enemies. Loaded spear cleave type. Unleash far-reaching thrust attacks. Can also tear poorly fitting armor from heavier foes. Store energy in the spring mechanism for a powerful cleaving attack.
Another time?
So here's the new axe. And with the projected force ability or whatever it is that gives you the follow-up attack, you get an extra swing that also does fire damage. I'm not sure what happens here. Oh. So now you get 3 moves with this. You can do R2, R1 to close the gap after you stab them. You can do R2, R2 and pull them towards you, which also strips enemy armor. Or if you hold R2, you do a big ol' sweep. Alright, Shinobi Eyes would be pretty useful here. Maybe I can grind out a skill point real quick. So those guys can drop divine confetti occasionally, but usually only if you have some sort of item find buff on. Hello, honey.
By the way, Sekiro, it sounds like your battle to sever immortality with Kuro is near a conclusion. You killed all those who interfered.
I did.
I see. You did well to kill without hesitation.
You can hear how throughout the game, Ishin's talking gets more and more labored. He starts coughing more.
I brought sake.
Smart thinking, my boy. Let me see. That's some good sake. This is how we drank when we won our battles. The people of Ashina, together as one.
Could you tell me about the rebellion?
Oh, the rebellion. We just took back what was stolen from us.
That's...
Before this land was... It's a place where we, the Ashina people, lived. Where the waters flowed straight from the source. We were a people who loved our country dearly. And we made good sake to boot. But we were heretics. And we were weak. Naturally, we were overrun. Trampled into submission for many long, excruciating years. We couldn't even pray at the water from the springs. The way we were then. Even good sake couldn't get us truly drunk.
But then the world fell into chaos.
Yes. Amidst the chaos that was Japan. The endless casualties. The flames of war. We found the perfect opportunity to take back our land. But now, it's a place of death. It's a bitter thing indeed.
So yeah, sake is really only useful for getting more information, or rather getting the one quest done with the sculptor, where you find out the true identity of the demon of hatred. But otherwise, sake is just lore juice. You can find out more about the history of Ashina and individual characters by giving people sake. Whatever, game. I didn't hit that fucking button, you piece of shit. Oh my fucking god. Wish the volume in this game wasn't so all over the place. Holy shit. Hey, Black OT, what's up, man? You got a lot of sen at this point in the game. I have a talent that increases the sen and item discovery that I have, but you do make a lot of money at this point. And then when you play like New Game Plus and higher, money is just like a non-issue at that point. You basically always have enough for everything. Damn it. I talked to him too quick. He was... Every once in a while you come back to the sculptor and he's like gripping his stump in pain. Spiral Spear. Sharp thrust attack from this prosthetic tool damages an enemy vitality and posture even through their guard. The spear's spiral creates a corkscrew shockwave that gouges and rends as it penetrates. Giggity.
Another time.
Yeah, I think I'll get Shinobi Eyes. Increases the damage inflicted to posture upon executing a Makiri counter. A Shinobi's eyes do not follow the blade without anticipating its movements. Remaining composed even when fearful of its sharp edge is the key to victory. So we saw evidence earlier on that this version of the Hirata estate memory is later on than the original one. The place is more burned. There's spots of the buildings that were missing before because they've been burned straight through. And at the end of the original Hirata estate memory, once we killed Lady Butterfly, we were stabbed in the back by a dude with a very large sword who was able to sneak up on us without making a sound.
That day, I pulled you from the battlefield, a starving cub. I had no idea what you'd become.
Father.
It breaks my heart that I'm putting you down. This was once
This game is horse shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, just fucking kill me. I had a death blow on him. He hits me with a fucking firecracker and loses half his posture somehow. This game is fucking garbage. Oh, it goes right through me. How did that? React to it. Yeah, just stand there. Just fucking stand there. Yeah, that's great. Take like 6 years to use the fucking item. Cool. This posture is completely reset at this point. that didn't fucking work. Holy shit. Oh my god, he has a Makiri counter, I forgot. Wasn't that just fucking great? Wow, amazing game, very cool. I'm gonna get hit while I use this, I don't give a shit. Oh. Oh my god, why doesn't anything fucking work? Eat shit, nerd.
Defeated by my own son. Not entirely unpleasant.
Used every single consumable in the fucking book, but I got him. The amount of weird shit that happened in that fight. Like, Makiri, like, dodging straight through his Makiri counter. And, like, it getting hit in the back by stuff that was so far, like, oh, so much bullshit. So much bullshit. The foster father confronted an old memories was a man in his prime. Aromatic flower, flowers of the edible blossom that bloomed in an old memory, crafted by Takeru, who took the branch from the divine realm as a parting relic. One who seeks purification may impart the dragon tears, and these flowers the divine heir of the dragon's heritage, thus severing the shackles that bind the immortal bearer of dragon's blood. So yeah, Owl is more powerful and he has more abilities because you're fighting him in his prime. And the illusory owl that he uses during the fight is also reminiscent of the forest that he trained in, as well as Lady Butterfly, because they trained together and they were both Wolf's mentor. Remnant and foster father. Owl took in the hungry cub on a whim and raised him as a shinobi. The process was so engrossing that he hoped they might enjoy a true battle to the death someday. He got his wish, if only in an old memory. Actually, he got it twice. Get fucked, Dad. Probably my favorite fight in the entire game. I wasn't enjoying it too much this time around, but when I was fighting him for the first time, I was like laughing each time I got killed because it was just so much fun to learn the fight.
Everblossom flower. Yes. There's no mistaking it. Please show me your face. Something has happened, I see.
This will allow my lord to achieve purification. I am merely doing what must be done.
I understand. I bid you good fortune in the battles to come. Lord Kuro is bound to be the divine heir of the dragon's heritage for eternity. My wish is that he could be freed of this burden and pursue a normal life. That is all I pray for. Goodbye, Master Wolf.
You have a slightly different air about you now. It's as though you've overcome something. I've abandoned the path of the shinobi. Yet I couldn't abandon that shinobi prosthetic. No matter how hard I tried, I'd never have believed that one such as myself would save another. And idols are your... Hey, don't...
So now we have the branch of the Everblossom tree, and there we have another one that still has the flowers on it. So we have the branch, we have the flower, we have the frozen tears. So once I get to the end of the game, I can basically select 3 out of the 4 endings in a single playthrough. So you can beat the game 4 times to get all the endings, but in truth, if you just make a save state right before you... After you kill Sword Saints, and before you feed Kuro, whatever item it is, you can basically, I'll show you that I'll be able to choose one of the 3 endings that are available. Alright, back to the Fountainhead Palace. I'll be right back. Alright, so here we have the giant straw man that lifted us up and took us to the Fountainhead Palace when we decided to become a bridal offering at Mibu Fishing Village. So I basically just said yesterday that it's a straw effigy, but it's actually a straw doll is the appropriate terminology. It's not necessarily just an effigy. It's a straw doll that's known as Wara Ningyo. Literally translates to straw doll. Wara Ningyo are a popular kind of katashiro made of straw. I think a katashiro means doll, possibly. Or Ningyo means doll. So a katashiro might mean effigy. Wara Ningyo most commonly depict humans, but they are occasionally made in the shape of horses or other animals too. They're used extensively as wards against evil. During the Heian period, Wara Ningyo would be placed along the side of the roads for protection against plague. It was hoped that the evil spirits who brought disease would nest in the straw bodies of the doll instead of living human bodies. Afterwards, the straw dolls would be discarded into a river, which would also purify the evil spirits. They're also popular devices in a number of dark rituals, kind of like voodoo dolls, very similar. They are combined with something from the recipient of the curse, such as a piece of his hair. This transforms the doll into a substitute for the intended target. Long nails are pushed through the Wara Ningyo, harming the subject as well as the doll. There are specific rules for creating different types of these dolls. These detail the materials to be used, the way the dolls are constructed, and the objects to be inserted into them. When this doll stands up, you can see that it has all these little wood stumps inserted into it. And it's also wrapped together and bound by shimanawa, which are also purifying straw ropes. Huh. So they're not only used as wards against evil that basically get plagues and curses deposited into them, but you can also use them to curse individuals by binding rope around them and then stabbing them with nails or however you put it. It's also interesting that once these Waraningyo supposedly are inhabited by plagues or curses, you also throw them into water to purify them. Obviously, water and purification are themes regarding immortality and everything in Sekiro. Well, here we go. Hit the button. Hit the button, please. Hey, Mestez, what's up, man? Everybody follow Mestez, by the way. If you like some Battle Royale and FPS action. As if I didn't fucking read that. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. The amount of damage this thing does is ridiculous. Destroyed. Oh my god. Get absolutely destroyed. Holy shit. That was a little ridiculous. Memory True Monk. The corrupted monk guarded the bridge leading to the Fountainhead Palace. Dragon's Tally Board. A tally board card from a large piece of jade. Possessing this increases the stocks that can be purchased in merchants' shops. Such a tally board is highly praised by the merchant class. Old custom dictates that those of dragon rank are recognized as supreme merchants by the Imperial Palace and should be given the best possible treatment. This allows us to buy extra items at vendors, including divine confetti. So whereas before this point, divine confetti was in short supply and you could only pick it up in certain areas or have it drop off certain enemies, now if we have extra sen, we can just buy it from any vendor available. So we first fought the corrupted monk as a apparition down in Mibu Fishing Village, because we learned that the people from the people from the Fountainhead Palace were able to descend as spirits, and they attacked the Ashina clan from up here. So the ability to project yourself in spirit form and still be able to fight your foes is obviously pretty brutal, because most typical blades can't do damage to apparition type enemies. When we perform the first death blow, or the second death blow in the fight, I can't remember, you cut a hole, or you cut a slit, I guess, across the corrupted monk's neck. And then in the third phase of the fight, the centipede that is infesting them comes out of that neck. I think it might actually be some in-game settings. Somehow my depth of field got turned back on. Yeah, depth of field off, motion blur off. There, that's better frames. Well, it was better frames. So yeah, the monk was obviously infested, which made them immortal, or undying. And we'll learn more about the monk here when we hand in the attack power thing, the memory. The corrupted monk was among the infested, standing over the Fountainhead Palace. Indeed, immortality would seem a fitting quality for eternal watcher of the palace. Her true name is Priestess Yao. So there is more information about Priestess Yao. The mask that True Monk wears, that we can see here, is a particular type of mask that depicts a guardian deity. And when you look at it from below, it appears to be a fierce, like, snarling, kind of angry face. But if you look at it from above, it's supposed to give the depiction of them being sad and forlorn. The kanji in her name specifically means to offend Buddhist commandments. Huh. So Buddhism is to go with the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. To become undying or immortal is to offend Buddhist commandments. Her title refers to her as a fully ordained Buddhist nun. And there's a face model underneath the mask? Whoa. Whoa, that's creepy ass insight. Holy shit. So there's something about her name being Yao. Like there's, oh, Yao Bikuni. Yeah, Yao Bikuni. Okay, that's something else entirely. Apparently the name Yao Bikuni literally means 800-year-old nun. She is based on Japanese folklore. Out of curiosity, she ate ningyo meat. A ningyo is a type of Japanese mermaid. It's half human, half mermaid. And if you eat their meat, you're saying to gain immortality. Her father brought the ningyo from overseas and accidentally gained immortality. Later, she became a priestess, nun under Buddhism, and traveled from country to country. It was said that she eventually returned to her hometown after almost 800 years and passed away peacefully. There's a little bit more to the story. Something like her father was a fisherman and fished up this ningyo unaware, but he knew that people who ate the meat became immortal, which is kind of like a curse in some ways. And he didn't want his daughter to eat the meat, but she ended up doing it anyway. So she ended up outliving her entire family. And when there was nobody left, she became a wandering priestess. So, the true monk's true name being Priestess Yao is a reference to actual Japanese folklore. And it's also about somebody who became, immortal or undying. And when it comes down to how she became infested, we see evidence of there being infestation in the waters in Fountainhead Palace, because when we go down here, we can see corpses of giant master carp that have centipede larvae, glowing centipede larvae all over them. So, while the True Monk's story is based upon the story of Priestess Yao Bakuni, there's also evidence within this game to imply how and why she became infested. The Fountainhead Palace is basically right next to the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm and Fountainhead Palace are not necessarily the same place, but either way, Fountainhead Palace being found way up here, it makes it the closest place to divinity. It also means that the waters that we've seen running off from the Divine Realm and down into the rest of Ashina is also why we see, like, the Guardian Ape and Mibu Fishing Village, because this is the source of the rejuvenating waters, which make people immortal. And to be far away from the source or to drink from diluted waters means it's not as powerful as it is up here. We can see all sorts of Everblossom branches, or sakura trees and sakura branches, because the Divine Dragon is one with the sakura tree. The Divine Dragon, sakura trees, the rejuvenating waters, they're all a part of the same puzzle, and they're effectively unanimous with each other. They're all part of the same creature, the Divine Dragon. Here we have some of the Mist Nobles. We fought one of these earlier on in a worn-down temple in an illusory forest. And the Mist Noble there was producing the illusion to trick the nearby villagers. We saw a monk before we fought the original Mist Noble, or the first Mist Noble, and the monk asked us if we would slay one who opposes the Buddha. Because to seek immortality or to become undying is to go against the Buddha. The Mist Nobles are transformed humans who drank from the waters of the Fountainhead Palace and became what they are today. But they also try to suck the mortality out of you with a straw. So they literally suck the vitality out of your body, and if that bar ends up getting filled up and they do their full attack, Sekiro becomes an old man that can barely move on his own for a few moments. Hey Ali, how's it going? Everybody check out Ali. And everybody check out Mestes. Come on now, work. There we go. There we go. There we go. Shoutout commands have been super duper buggy lately. They either don't have the right information or there's like a huge delay on them. Streamlabs has been really struggling lately. So if we look out here, we can see the Okami leader. She's just kind of standing there ominously, but if we go into the water, she'll look lightning at us. And it doesn't matter where we are in the Fountainhead Palace, before we kill her, she always has her eyes on us. So if I run all the way over here, she still faces me. Pick up the item, please. Let's go. So these are the inhuman Okami warrior women. Because they're up here, they've also undergone some sort of transformation by being close to the waters. We can see that they have the same kind of silver streaks through their hair that Kuro, Wolf, and the Divine Child have. Anybody who's been transformed or receives the benefit of the rejuvenating waters is considered to be cursed, and the silver streaks in the hair are evidence of that curse. The Okami are also bowmen and archers, and Tomoe was Genichiro's mentor. So all the Okami using these longbows indicates that that's also how Genichiro got his skill with the bow, because he was taught everything he knows in combat by Tomoe. And Tomoe was an Okami warrior woman. So there's evidence to say that Tomoe would have looked like these people, and Takeru might have even been a mist noble, because Emma said that he would play the flute as Tomoe danced. And the only people that we see playing flutes in this game are the Mist Nobles. Oh god. No, Saki. No, Saki. You're like the David Attenborough from Software. Oh, it's a thrust attack. So the Okami can drop scrap magnetite, and the Mist Nobles can drop grave wax, which I need for some of the later on prosthetic upgrades. Alright, I have 2 lumps of grave wax now, so I can get the Malcontent ring. Hey, Jedi. Hope everything's going well for you too, man. Just recording some footage so I can get some. Never mind. Yeah, if you do the gauntlet on that save file, you unlock it for forever. You don't unlock it on every other save, but if you continue to go to New Game Pluses on that character, you'll always have it. You can see a whole bunch of lotus flowers in this place. Lotus flowers represent rebirth and rejuvenation, and they can also grow in like the dankest, muddiest places, and then you'll still have this beautiful flower that comes up from it. So it also represents beauty despite adversity, I guess. Damn it, I'm trying to get the deflect on it, it won't work. Ugh. That was the first time I've been hit by a lightning attack the whole game. So the dogs here are weird as fuck. They've also likely been transformed by the rejuvenating waters. They have these necklaces on their neck. They got these weird-ass empty eye sockets and oddly human-looking teeth. So I'm not necessarily sure if they're dogs that got transformed by the water, or if they're people that transformed into these dog-like creatures. I love the sounds that they make too, that just weird little, not very dog-like sounds. Just hit the dog face. Eel liver helps prevent lightning damage. Drug capable of banishing lightning offered at the Ashina clan altar greatly reduces the amount of damage received from lightning attacks as well as the shock status abnormality. Lightning is a force of the gods. Eels, while small, are relatives of dragons. Even a god's force can be suppressed, though probably not for long. So Lord Takeru brought one of these trees back with him from the Divine Realm. And as you can see, these ever blossoms are called as such because they're always blossoming. Typically, sakura trees in Japan, they only blossom like for a few days at the beginning of spring. So it's considered to be this very beautiful event where there's all these nice pink flower petals all over the place. But the trees here, because they represent the rejuvenating waters which bless us with immortality or curse us with immortality, they're always blossoming.
Excuse me.
You can just barely make out the Sakura bull through here. How did he end up? This Miss Noble is more like the boss that we fought earlier. He doesn't have the same sucking ability, but he just instead uses melee attacks. He also has different garb as well. It's almost like he's more of a priest type figure or something. So here we find divine grass in a chest. One small part of Ashina is exceedingly old. The ancient soil, rocks, and water that pervaded the land are said to have attracted the attention of the gods. The Dr. Dogen studied the plants in this ancient place, resulting in the recipe for this special medicine. So Dogen, sometime in the past, studied the plants in this ancient place, brought samples back with him, and created a lot of the different types of medicines that we see throughout the game. He's also likely responsible for the experiments regarding the rejuvenating sediments and that sort of stuff that we saw with Genichiro during his fight.
Young man.
Hey, Madrose.
Excuse me. Young man, please be careful. The palace nobles have a craving for the vitality of youth. They can't help themselves. They want nothing but to sap away more and more of it.
I see.
The courtyard ahead in particular. It is accursed. It's crawling with palace nobles. If you must forge ahead, you'd best go around it.
Huh. Too bad I just killed everybody in there. Get wrecked, lady. Some of the folding screens in this area depict the divine dragon. You can see how it's one with all the ever blossoms because they represent the same thing. And when we fight the divine dragon, it erupts out of a sakura tree. So it's not just that sakura trees represent the divine dragon, they are one and the same. Water of the palace, a cup filled with divine waters, a drink popular with nobles at the palace. When a wedding procession arrives at the Fountainhead Palace, this is the drink they are greeted with. The nectar of the palace nobles. Go ahead, drink to your heart's content. So, when people arrive here, they drink this water, and they turn into the nobles and the Okami that we've seen in the area. Earlier, when we talked to the fishing village priest, he was drinking water from his hands, and he refers to the word nectar directly. So it's a hint here that we're supposed to give this to the Mibu fishing village priest. I already have 3,300 sen? Holy shit, that's the most sen I've had this playthrough, I think. I'm not sure what I want. Having longer candy use would be kind of nice. Alright, I want to show you guys a clip here from my first playthrough of the game. What? So I rush to the idol. There's like 4 enemies in past me. Keep in mind that I've never been enfeebled before. I've never been hit by the enfeeble debuff. So I run away from these guys. The Master Carp busts the bridge that I'm trying to cross. I also had no aware. I was not aware of any of this. I get smoked by the Master Carp, which knocks me over. When I jump into the air, I get enfeebled. So getting enfeebled turns you into an old man, but it also means that you can't swim. So even though I've got resurrections, when I land in the water, I immediately die. What? That look right there sums it all up. How did the bull... The bull noticed me? I mean, fine, but whatever. I was gonna show you guys how to kill him in one shot. Actually, you know what? I am gonna do that. Screw it. Oh, he has a leash. So if you can get the... Fuck you. What in the hell? This game is doing the weirdest shit today, I swear to God. But yeah, there's gonna be way more moments like that in Elden Ring, I hope. 2 weeks until Elden Ring. 2 weeks until Elden Ring. You get so much experience here, it's kind of unreal. So this bull is way easier than the first bull because it doesn't have fire. The fire is really what makes the first bull so difficult. But you can actually get the drop on this guy and effectively kill him without hitting him. Why is he just patrolling over here? I wasn't fast enough, I guess. I hate this game. It's just bugged, I guess. You can also see that the Sekiro Lore is likely undead as well, or immortal, because it has like a skull kind of face going on. A beast's karma increases the maximum number of spirit emblems that can be held. Spirit emblems are manifestations of regret. Those regretful of their vile actions are haunted by many spirit emblems. Perhaps this innocent beast was burdened with the karma of man. Inheriting the karma of those they've killed is also part of being shinobi. So this goes hand in hand with what I was talking about a couple days ago with why we use spirit emblems as ammo for the prosthetic arm. When we kill people, we inherit their karma, whether it's good or bad. So we're powering the prosthetic arm, which is a tool that we use, with the spirits of the dead, or the manifestations of their regret. So I know it kind of doesn't make much sense when I put it that way, but essentially, it's not just us inheriting the bad karma of the people that we've killed. It's also this item that we've imbued onto our body, our prosthetic arm. So this might also be why when we turn into a Shura in the Shura ending, it's the left arm that glows, because it's the one that's connected to the prosthetic arm. Oh, so it's not just the water overflowing and stagnating that's causing all the buildings to be destroyed. The carp is also going around rampaging through all the bridges and buildings and stuff. So that helps explain why we see pieces of these bridges down at the Guardian Apes Pond. Oh, the soccer ball hit the tree. Nice. I didn't realize you can get an anti-air death blow on them. That's pretty cool. Don't even try to hit the button. That's great. Who the hell saw me? Oh, the archers. Just hit the fucking thing. The dance-like move that we see there is very similar to what we see Genichiro use, the floating passage ability, which is also one that we can get. And the floating passage mentions Tomoe, so it helps reinforce the idea that Tomoe was one of these Okami warrior women. Come from? They're aggroing onto me from like a million feet away. Holy shit. No! I'm fucking dead. Holy shit. Screw this, I'm out of here. Wait, there's an idol up here, isn't there? Never really understood why those spirit emblems are here.
This temple has too many visitors lately.
Malcontent can be used to drive beasts mad and to torment apparition-type enemies. Kingfisher is etched onto the ring. The kingfisher's cry could be heard along the waterfront of Sunken Valley. Now she cries no more.
Listen, that finger whistle I've fixed onto your arm. I'm sure it'll play a somber but enjoyable tune. Make sure you use it well.
Does it actually play a different sound instead of just a whistle?
This temple has...
Piercing Sabamaru. A further improved Sabamaru with a finely sharpened blade. It allows us to damage enemy or vitality and posture even through their guard. The blue rust poison on Sabamaru's blade eats away into enemies and applies poison status. So even if they're guarding, it'll work because it's piercing. Purple Fume Spark. An upgraded firecracker that uses a purple smoke-emitting compound powder. The tweaked compound powder is known as Purple Fume Spark. The addition of fatty wax lumps delays the explosion slightly. Enemies blinded by the blast take slightly more vitality and posture damage for a brief period of time. Suzaku's Lotus Umbrella. A loaded umbrella emblazoned with a bright red vermilion bird. When spread open, it will protect against attacks from all directions. Hold it out while moving to protect from light attacks. The blessing of the vermilion bird also prevents damage from fire-based attacks and prevents buildup of burn status. So I need 7 scrap iron.
Hey, don't be afraid to go all out.
Can I buy scrap iron now? Or do I have to go to Anayama?
Hey there, friend. Still have some... Looks like that damned near immortal samurai's finally gone and died. I tell you, I don't understand what goes on in the mind of an honest samurai. If you're not gonna die, you should go off and enjoy yourself. Anyways, nice job, friend. I'm sure he went to heaven.
I'm sure he went to
Until
heaven.
next time, friend.
Brutal.
This...
Golden Vortex. A large and withered golden fan costs spirit emblems to use. Gather illustrious golden wind and release it to force enemies caught up in the vortex to force the other way. Can be performed twice in a row. Enemies that have been turned around drop items or money to be considered donations.
Hey, don't be...
And I found out recently you can actually use Divine Abduction with the Living Force talent, or the Projected Force talent, one of them. So if you do R2 and then R2, it does that, but if you do R2 and then R1, you can also do an attack and it imbues your sword with it. So when I attack somebody with the sword, it'll spin them around and I can get a death blow. But now it also has the additional effect of whenever we hit anybody with this ability, it makes them drop extra money and items. And they still drop money and items when they die as well, so it's good for farming.
Do you know about carp scales? Priceless scales of the divine treasure carp. Bring them to me, and I'll reward you handsomely.
Lapis lazuli, precious azure lazulite used for the highest level of prosthetic tool upgrades. Fountainhead lazulite is a symbol of eternity, and anything forged with it will never break nor rust thanks to the blessing of the divine dragon. Tools forged with lazulite transcend human intellect, and are dubbed as treasures of the divine dragon. One of the descriptions later on implies that lapis lazuli fell from the skies. It's a mineral from the heavens, similar to siderite in Bloodborne. And this also lends credence to the theory that maybe the reason why there's a giant crater in the Fountainhead Palace might be because a meteorite fell here, which might also be a reference to how the Divine Dragon ended up here, although that's kind of a stretch, to be honest. This is one of the Mist Nobles, but he's in a pot.
You there! If you ever happen across another pot like mine, ignore any requests he makes of you. He's the shame of our clan. He's a treasonous villain who attempted to kill the great carp for his own benefit. Most of my scales have returned, and I owe it all to you. Finally, the time has come for him to pay the price for his crime. But scales are priceless. It's almost as if I'm priceless too. But it's a well-bred man you are. Please, bring more scales soon.
Very deep. So these guys have a quest revolving around the Master Carp. If you buy all of the items from one of these dudes, the other dude dies. This guy, because he's still in the Fountainhead Palace, he implies that the other one that's in Harada Estate was cast out for scheming against the Great Carp. But this guy's also scheming against the Great Carp, so maybe they're both just assholes who want to become immortal. I wish to become a carp. That didn't work quite the way I wanted it to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck. Jesus. Oh god, they followed me. Oh, they all followed me! Hit the friggin' thing, please. Why is that hitting me every single fucking time? This game fucking sucks. Holy shit. Whatever. Just do the death blow, come on. This game is being so fucking weird today, dude. Now I got a lightning dog on me, god damn it. And I go right into the laser. Thank you so fucking much, video game. Thank you so fucking much. You stupid dog. I already talked about the Shichimen Warrior twice already. There's nothing new to say except finding them up here is kind of weird. Amazing video game. Amazing. Truly incredible. Very oddly placed idol. Hello. Fuck. Oh my god. This fucking game sucks ass. Go away, you stupid pieces of shit. Fuck off. Why are the bowmen just standing there? Whatever. I didn't know. I didn't know that could happen. So yeah, that was Okami leader Shizu, and her name confirms that the ladies that we've been fighting all over this area are the inhuman Okami warrior women. That was fucking hilarious. I had no idea that she could be just straight up knocked off the ledge. So now we're okay to go into the water without getting blasted by lightning forever.
Young man, do you happen to be going to the palace?
Yes.
If you are, you should take the back path. Nowadays, it's underwater, but there is a large cave you can take to get there. Only, I hear the great carp now sleeps there.
Why are you helping me?
The gates to the palace have been closed for a long time now. I have a very important task I must tend to. But I couldn't possibly do it with this body of mine. Might you open the door to the palace, young man?
Like, I don't like having Wolf in the frame in this shot. Is there a way that I can hide him with the pedals or something? Nah, fuck it. One of these fishes always, or one of these carps always see you. So you can just wait in the reeds here until they respawn. They always respawn after a few seconds. That guy was fast as fuck, boy. Holy shit. Yes, yes, you're a cat. That's very nice. Wait, there's not even anything over here? What the heck? Huh, a red lump down in the water. I mean, the experiments in the abandoned dungeon are using the rejuvenating waters, so... maybe the red lump is just from somebody up here who died and the lump persisted, I guess? Go down here and grab these items, but I'll deal with Yashariku and his stillborn brother later. Oh, here's Okami leader Shizu. Lamau. I still had no idea they could fall into the water. But I usually don't just sit there and spam shuriken at them either. So down here we can see the corpses of many of the great master carp that came before. So they may be immortal, but stuff that's immortal can still die when it's killed. I'm also pretty sure there can only be one master carp at a time. I might die here. Pick up the fucking item. What the hell's wrong with you? There you go. I mean, it definitely looks like they were flooded, yeah. The more the power of immortality gets abused, the more the waters overflow and stagnate. So, it's either because of that, or it might also be because the lapis lazuli is likely a meteorite. So maybe a meteorite struck the place and then caused the flooding or something. But a bunch of the NPCs talk about how the water overflows and stagnates. And that's because of the power of immortality getting abused for years and years and years and years and years. You can see that the master carps don't have eyes, and they also have really human-looking teeth. There are fish that have those type of teeth in real life. They usually crush crustaceans and like shellfish and stuff like that and eat them. But we know from the stories of the mist nobles, or from the pot nobles, that they wish to collect scales and become like one of these things. So it wouldn't surprise me if the master carp used to be human at some point. Well, that was fucking close. So here we can see that the Mist Nobles have been eating the Okami warrior women. You can see the Okami's masks all over the place and their blue blood. So the Mist Nobles imbibed the water and became immortal, but they can only stay immortal if they subsist off the vitality of others, either by eating them or by sucking their vitality out through their flute straws. So no immortality or undying nature comes without a cost. You can see a bunch of phoenixes embroidered on the walls here. Phoenixes represent rebirth because it's supposed to be an animal that dies, is consumed by fire, and then from the ashes arises a new phoenix. So they're supposed to be immortal in that way. And here we have another palanquin, which is very similar to what we... or not very similar, but it's kind of similar to what we used to get up here in the first place. And this is the door that the old lady from before wanted us to open. See ya.
Must not grow fat. In moderation. In moderation.
You get that line if you feed the treasure or the master carp 3 precious bait or more. So on one set of drums here, we can see a phoenix, which represent rebirth and rejuvenation, just like everything else in the game. And here we have a dragon, which also represents, well, I think dragons more represent like immortality and stuff like that. We can also see the Tomoe symbol on here. Tomoe is obviously a character in the game. But Tomoe is also a name for this symbol. It represents a whirlpool, so it has ties with water. Tomoe is closely associated with Shinto shrines, in particular those dedicated to Hachiman, the god of war and archery. Many of the Okami warrior women we see use bows and arrows, and Genichiro also used a bow and arrow because Tomoe was his mentor. It can also represent water, engendered by its swirling pattern. For this reason, it is said to be located on roofs and is used as a charm against fire. Tomoe Gozen is a notable female warrior from the Heian period of Japanese history. So all at once, the Tomoe represents water, it represents archery, and it also represents warrior women, which are themes we see all throughout the Fountainhead.
Why are you telling me this?
I have a favor to ask you, young man.
What is it?
It's about my father. My father is now a noble, and the moment he became one, he found himself entranced by a carp, the great carp. For a long, long time since, he's done nothing but feed that cursed carp. Young man, please release my father from the carp's bewitching powers. I know my father wouldn't wish for an eternity like that.
There's the enfeeble. So you can see now that Wolf is an old ass man. And if I get grabbed, it's a one shot because it blocks out resurrection. And I only have like a sliver of health now. There's no way to prevent getting enfeebled aside from killing them before they get you. And there goes half the fucking money I had. As if. Jump the right direction, you cuck. Just do the fucking... Why does everything take so long? None of that worked. Yeah, you can make a lot of money really quick doing that sort of shit.
This temple...
I can't even buy anything. You need 3 lapis lazuli for these ones? Not sure if I want to use my lapis on the shuriken. But there we go. The lazulite blue trail of light it emits in flight is reminiscent of a shooting star. So lapis lazulite is probably a mineral from the heavens, similar to siderite, like I was mentioning earlier. Dissolving the lapis lazuli over the blade caused the ancient blue rust to bubble to the blade's surface. Oh, this creates a poisonous mist with every swing. So if they're standing in the cloud, they continue to take more poison damage. Lazulite axe. The sound of the lapis lazuli blade striking home creates a powerful reverberation capable of dispelling enemy illusions. So you can use the lazulite axe instead of snap seeds to dispel illusions. And the lazulite sacred flame damages even apparitions with its blazing purple flame. This flame does not, however, inflict burn status abnormality. The sacred lapis lazuli fires are divine. Cleanse the deep-seated hatred with flame. So this not only allows you to do damage to apparition-type enemies and demons, but you can also imbue your sword with it using the Living Force skill. Okay, I'm gonna go buy the kunai.
Hey, don't be afraid.
Is there a point in doing this? No, not really. Am I doing it anyway? Hell yeah. I should buy a bunch of divine confetti, but I want to get a bunch of the skills on this playthrough. Despite the fact that I'm deleting this character after the playthrough. Anyway.
Go on.
A ringing sound is heard when the kunai is thrown and phantom butterflies appear in the kunai's trail. Since childhood, Lady Butterfly had accumulated much experience in Usui's forest, far from civilization along Tozan Trail. His forest is filled with mist and mystifications, making it ideal for training in illusion techniques.
Until next time, good sir. I'm counting on someone big.
This... Hey, don't... This... Hey, don't...
I'm just gonna buy a bunch of scrap iron with this.
Hey there, still. Until next.
This...
So you hit them with the kunai, and then the butterflies chase after them and do damage even if they're guarding.
Hey, don't be a...
Hey there, Until next.
Let me go to Mibu, and then I'll deal with the pot noble. I can't remember where the priest is. Oh, he's up beyond this point, in front of the ghost monk boss. What? What do you want? Come here. What are you doing, honey? What's the matter, baby? What's the matter? You need some attention? You need some pets? Do you feel nice? It's a good girl. It's a good girl. You poop. Nah, she might be part Blue Russian, but she's not a fully.
Dilute, refuses to dissolve completely, unfit to be citizens of the palace. Oh, waters of the palace, fill our cups once more. Fill them to the brim, to the brim. Please, accept us as your humble servants.
Hello. Take this.
Oh, this fragrance, such an esteemed aroma.
Hey, Chunk.
We may be accepted. We may serve as their humble servants. At last, at long last, you, let me give you this.
Bottle of crystal clear sake. A top shelf sake brewed by the Ashina brewmaster with the water from the Dragon Spring. The pure water extracts every last bit of flavor from Ashina's finest rice. There are no words that can do the flavor justice. To understand, one must taste it for themselves.
In that case, you will surrender it to me.
What are you doing? You silly girl. Aww. Feeling better now, honey? You feel better? And we get 5 treasure carp scales from him. So if you've already killed all the other treasure carp, you have to kill him to complete the quest. Or rather, if you want to buy all the items in one playthrough, you need to complete that quest.
Did you bring me any scales? If you have any, I'll reward you handsomely. You there! You've done a remarkable job thus far. I feel that I can rely on you. Will you listen to my tale? Or rather, my secret?
Sure.
Oh, wonderful. Truly remarkable. Now, the secret I mentioned. I'd like you to present this bait to the Great Carp. Don't let anyone see if you can help it. Be as stealthy as possible.
Truly precious bait. If bait has hair, you know it's something truly special. The Fountainhead Palace noble in the pot is obsessed with becoming one with the master. Present this bait to the master, the Great Carp. Offer it earnestly, but quietly, so no one knows.
Do that, and I'll bestow upon you the palace's secret treasure.
A fragment of an old dancer's mask. The original must have been broken into several pieces, and this fragment appears to be the left side of the mask. Likely Tomoe's mask, because all the Okami wear them.
Hello again. Take care with that bait. Present it to the Great Carp, and remember, do it quietly. Be as stealthy as possible. Do that, and I'll bestow upon you the palace's secret treasure. Hello again. Take care with that bait.
You stop it.
Quietly.
Stop. Stop that.
Very, very quietly.
That's it. And quit kissing. He's like licking my hand while I have it on the controller. You silly girl. Now she's laying on my arm. Fantastic. You beast. Good girl. Good girl.
Master must not grow fat. In moderation. In moderation.
You can see there that the other old lady is gone. And the first old lady mentions that her father was entranced by the Great Carp when he became a noble. So you can get the truly precious bait from either of the pot nobles. And it doesn't matter which one you choose, the other one will die and receive the first one's inventory. But no matter which precious bait you give it, the fate of the Great Carp is always the same.
Master must. Master. 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 Where are you?
So earlier we learned that the Guardian Ape's watering hole is where the waters of the Fountainhead pool deeply. And this goes ahead and proves that, because the body of the Great Carp ends up here. Great White Whisker, a priceless white whisker taken from the Great Colored Carp. While the Great Carp is naturally immortal, if killed, its whiskers can be plucked. The sound of the whisker being removed is surely music to the ears of certain people. Some would feel relief at the sound of their mission being completed, others at the joy of having their heart's desire granted. And we can also see the architecture from the Fountainhead Palace down here in the water. Hell yeah, I did.
You've been through so much, Father. Though it may not be for eternity, my sister and I will always be with you. So please, Father, rest now.
Sag.
You beasts. You tricked him all this time. Nobility this, and eternity that. Pretty lies to fool him. Give him back! Father! My father! Give him back!
Rip. Big rip. So once we give the great carp the truly precious bait, we can also return here and we find another lapis lazuli. So what, that's 4 per playthrough? So you get 4 per playthrough. So if you get all the lapis lazuli, you should be able to get all the prosthetic upgrades on New Game Plus. What's with all the thunder?
More
A red mass is the lingering trace of one who was unable to achieve their desires. Red carp eyes. Carps with only eyes that are red cannot become masters. Though they are considered incomplete creatures that lack the ideal number of scales, their eyes are said to be everlasting. So, they succeed in becoming a carp, but I'm not sure if they're really qualified as masters or not. Because the master carps don't have eyes, and these guys have the red eyes. But either way, carp and koi and a bunch of other different types of fish, when they're left alone in large bodies of water, didn't I kill them? The dad drank water from the palace, turned into a noble, became bewitched by the carp, was forced to feed it for all eternity, and we freed him from that burden by killing the carp. No, I didn't jump high enough. Why am I not? Okay, I'm timing it too early. You can see that Okami leader Shizu has a full head of white hair. So she doesn't just have streaks, her whole hair, all of her hair is white. Or silver, whatever you want to call it. Oh, she died in the water, so I couldn't get the prayer bead. That's what happened. So yeah, this confirms that all of these ladies are the Okami, and the Sunken Valley clan are the descendants of the Okami, because they're also weak to the bluish rust of Sibamaru. Isn't there like an item down here I can grab? And I'm just now noticing the name of the idol here is Great Sakura. So this tree is the Great Sakura. It's the biggest one in the area, obviously, but... Now what? I'm gonna go check the Harada estate and see if that guy dropped an item or anything. And when you're in Fountainhead Palace, it's relatively well lit the whole time, despite the fact there's only the moon in the sky. But by the time you reach the Fountainhead Palace, night falls on Ashina, so it makes sense that you can only see the moon in the sky at that point. I did that, I did that, I did that. Owlfather is dead. Pot Noble quest is complete. I dealt with the fishing village priests. Get some free rice from the Divine Child. I would like rice, please. Thank you.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, what would you ask of me? I apologize. The rice is... I will provide more.
How dare you?
I've brought a persimmon.
Oh my.
Eat it.
Yes, I will. There's nothing quite like a persimmon. Nothing is so delicious.
I see.
If you wish to return the dragon's heritage to its rightful place, give him the frozen tears together with the dragon tears. He only needs but to drink them. Shinobi of the Divine Air, please search for the dragon tears. I apologize. Shinobi,
I can go kill Dosaku. That might be fun. I didn't complete Dosaku's quests, or I don't do it on lore playthroughs, because in order to complete Dosaku's quest, you can't do Kotaro or Jinzaimon's quests.
My dear Shinobi, the details are considering the... Why? Someone is here to divide our science.
That's the same grab the monks at Senpo Temple use on you. So yeah, I mentioned this before, but Dosaku's quests, or Dosaku's character, I guess, is basically the exact same story that we have in Yosefka's clinic in Bloodborne. Except while Yosefka is actually two different people, Dosaku and Dojun are the same person. And Dosaku just has a multiple personality disorder. So there is no Dojun anymore, it's just Dosaku. And when you complete his quest line, he talks as both Dojun and Dosaku.
There to purchase. May the depart. There to...
A fragment of an old dancer's mask. The original must have been broken. This appears to be a decoration at the top of the mask.
May the depart.
Dancing dragon mask. A dragon's head dancing mask made whole by piercing the fragments back together grants the ability to exchange skill points for attack power in the sculptor's idle menu. So if you don't want to get any more skill points, you can use them to build your attack power up beyond what you normally would be able to on a playthrough. The Okami warrior women would wear this to the Fountainhead Palace. There they would dance as an offering for the dragon. Mysteriously, the ritual left them brimming with vigor. Once I kill the Divine Dragon, it enters the next breakpoint in the game, where the rest of the Interior Ministry's forces invade the Ashina outskirts on their way to the castle. So I want to make sure I got everything that I can do before that happens.
I hope he's all right. Huh? Oh, Wolf, are you unhurt?
My lord.
Ah, this is for you.
Another sweet rice ball. Wolf senses it was crafted with feelings of resolve and a reluctance to part ways. Such deep emotions tend to be mumbled to oneself rather than shared. So as we approach Kuro in this case, he sits there and he doesn't notice that we're there yet, but he's saying, I hope that he's safe. So while we're out on our adventures, Kuro is hoping that we're alright.
Dragon tears. I will obtain them and return.
Yes, I'm counting on you, Wolf. It appears the Interior Ministry's army is beginning to stir, but there's no need to worry, Wolf. Lord Ishin comes to check on me now and then. His visits give heart.
Don't forget, Sekiro. Hesitate, and you lose. That is the way of war. You're leaving, Sekiro. Another time, then.
Wait, I can give him the Dragon Spring sake.
Don't forget. That is the...
Here.
Well. If it isn't Dragon Spring. You've really done it this time, Sekiro. That hit the spot. Whenever I used to get my hands on Dragon Spring, bunch of fools would start coming to me, demanding drinks.
Fools?
Fools who wouldn't let go of their cross spears while they drank. Fools who would steal sake using illusion techniques. Fools tinkering with half-finished prosthetics, sake cup in hand. And even the cunning owl, who despite his size would turn bright red after the first drop.
That's...
Yes. Your father was a fool, too. To the fools.
Yes.
So the fools with the cross spears might be the 7 spears of Ashina? Maybe? Or possibly Misen monks? The fools with the half-finished prosthetics would be Dogen. And then he also mentions Owl. Japanese people, when they get drunk, their faces go bright red. So that's what he meant about Owl's face going bright red even after the first drop.
Don't forget, Sekiro. Hesitate. That is...
Oops. Wish they wanted to do something before I jumped into the water. Oh my god. Getting killed by the most basic fucking enemies in the game because it doesn't register your fucking inputs depending on what happens. Oh my god, fuck off. Jesus fucking Christ. I fucking hate this game sometimes. Holy shit. Oh, I have another bunch of prayer beads. Robert's father came from afar across seas to the south in search of the Undying. Repelling 1,000 blades was a small price for the blessing of rejuvenation. So it wasn't just the firecrackers that came across southern seas. Robert's father came across the southern seas as well. So yeah, I'm starting to think that he likely came from Indonesia or the Philippines or one of those countries, and not Portugal or Spain or whatever. Well, I mean, Robert's just one of many. What about all the other children that got sacrificed and died? Like, yeah, Robert's story is sad, but the Senpo monks killed like dozens, if not hundreds, of children in their search for immortality. Ungo's Spirit Fall. Fallen headless spirit of Ungo that reduces vitality, damage taken from physical attacks. Consume spirit emblems to use repeatedly. Headless are the ruined form of corrupted heroes who once fought for their country. This warrior lost his mind in defense of the state. His attempted mutiny was met with a swift beheading, and the lifeless body sunk to the bottom of the moat. Ugh. I'm just gonna run around and kill all the headless now, I think. Holy shit, I forgot. Echo Spirit Fall. Headless are the ruined form of corrupted heroes who once fought for their country. Seize the power of an inhuman spirit by laying it to rest, but risk going quite mad unless something is offered in return. So we offer our blood to get, or we offer our spirit emblems, I guess, in order to use these. So you're starting to see a theme here that all the headless are people who went mad in defense of their country, and the headless echo the story of Genichiro because he's doing the same thing. Genichiro is effectively sacrificing his humanity in defense of his country, but hell, Genichiro also kind of beheads himself at the end of his story as well, if you think about it. And we usually find the headless at grave sites. The first Ungo was beheaded and then cast into the moat, but most of the other headless can be found at grave sites. These are gravestones and offering towers, which you can usually see at Japanese graveyards. I'm probably not going to show it off fighting any of these dudes, but when you read the pacifying agent description, it says, gravekeepers, executioners, the memorial mob, all who keep death close keep this powder closer, adhering to a simple rule. If seized with fear, cover your rear. The headless have a grab attack where they disappear and then appear behind you. If they hit you with the grab, they reach into your butt, they pull out your butt, and they put it into their own butt. If seized with fear, cover your rear. There are yokai. Like, I remember when I was reading up on yokai, one of the first ones I read about was like, it's essentially just an ass with legs, but instead of having a butthole, it has a giant eye. I'm just gonna search for butt yokai. Shrime. Shrime, Japanese literally buttocks eye, is a strange yokai with an eye in the place of his anus. The story goes as follows. Long ago, a samurai was walking at night down the road to Kyoto when he heard someone calling for him to wait. Who's there? He asked nervously, only to turn around and find a man stripping off his clothes and pointing his bare buttocks at the flabbergasted traveler. A huge glittering eye then opened up where the strange man's anus should have been. This creature was so liked by the haiku poet and artist Busan, he included it in many of his yokai paintings. So yeah, there's lots of different kinds of yokai, and some of them are weirder than others. Why did I drop down here? Oh! Debated. So yeah, when you proceed through the game at nightfall, eventually you'll be beset upon by spirits. Yo, they drop Yashiriku's sugar? This isn't... Where do I have to go for this? I think I'm lost. Do I go back the other way, or like what the hell? Ah, here it is. Super sick. Yes, getting shot makes you not be able to grab things. Very cool. The thing does so much damage, it's unreal. Do snap seeds work on these guys? Sure as shit don't. So yeah, this is a mass grave, as you can see by the multiple dudes that are here. And there's a tooltip on a loading screen that says when night falls in the lands of Ashina, ghosts and spirits are said to roam the lands. So at a few of these different grave sites, we can see evidence of that. All of these things are graves. Tombstones. And these are offering towers for the dead. Why am I not able to fucking... Oh, here we go. So he grabs your butt, and then he puts it into his own butt. As you do. Headless are the ruined form of corrupted heroes who once fought for their country. Dedicated burial mounds quietly appease the spirits with severed heads, though none call upon them for long. Hey, Kinza. Kappa. I remember reading about Kappa in my research a while ago before. Here we have another burial site. Why are there so many remnants here? Waste his time, 2022. So many remnants here. What the fuck? Weirdos play this game, dude. Weebs and weirdos. Yeah, he grabs your butt, pulls out your butt, and then stuffs it into his own butt. Degenerates. Degenerate yokai. And the last one is in the forests. What? A Shirikodama is a mythical ball said to contain a person's soul, which is located inside the anus. Kappa sometimes take their victims' Shirikodama in order to gain their power. Kappa and the small anus ball? You have a magical ball in your butt, and Kappa want it. Although modern Kappa are often portrayed as cute and mostly harmless, during the Edo period there were monsters who had a particularly vicious method of killing their victims. In probably one of the strangest bits of Japanese folklore, it is said that human beings have something in their body called the Shirikodama, which means literally small anus ball. The ball is nestled either immediately inside the anus or deeper inside the intestines or the stomach. The Kappa have a preferred method of extraction. Folklorist manga artist wrote, "Ever since I was a child, I heard that I had to be careful in the water because the Kappa would try and take my Shirikodama. It was said that in the water, a Kappa would come from below, extend an arm upwards, and stick a hand up your anus to extract the ball." In some stories, the Kappa don't reach up with their hands, but instead actually suck the Shirikodama from the body. However it was taken, the person whose Shirikodama was extracted from was almost always killed in the process. Jesus Christ. You learn something new on every one of these runs, I tell ya. Every single fucking time. There's always new ridiculous shit to discover. Well, that's perfectly alright. Part of these lore runs isn't just merely to tell the story in the game, it's to help figure out what inspired all this crazy bullshit, right? So, we're all the better for it. Oh, the way they run towards you, too. Like, ugh. Cox! I'm falling to pieces, said the man to himself, drifting deep in the forest. So the spirit falls are the exact same thing as the sugars, except they don't last as long, and they cost spirit emblems to use. So instead of having a consumable, we have a repeatable item as long as we have spirit emblems. But if we get the skill in the Senpo tree that makes sugars last longer, it means that sugars last way longer than the spirit falls do, if I remember correctly. And yeah, the different umbrellas that we can get, the fire umbrella and the lilac umbrella, they don't just defend you from those types of attacks. When you get the projected force ability, it also imbues your sword with those attacks as well. So you can defend yourself from apparitions as well as do damage to them using this attack.
Hey there, still. Until next.
Until next. Okay, I think that's like basically everything aside from killing the dragon. I've checked everything, I've done everything else that I can do. I've done all the little quests and everything. I did all the optional bosses. I did the fish quests, did the noble and his daughter's quests. Alright, let's go fight a goddamn dragon. I guess I should show you guys something that's kind of cool, albeit totally fucking useless. There's two different ninjutsus that we can use against certain types of enemies, the blood smoke and the bestowal. You can use puppeteer as well, but when you fight these geckos, you can actually get different abilities with these bestowals. So, if I use the bestowal ninjutsu, instead of imbuing my sword with normal blood, I imbue it with this white blood from the geckos, and this actually gives me a heal. Every time I hit something, I will heal myself, and the poison geckos have the same thing but with poison. So when you use blood smoke, it emits a cloud of poison, and when you use bestowal, it imbues your sword with poison. The most disappointing part about this is that these gecko enemies are always super far away from normal enemies, so there's no actual time in the game where you get to utilize it. Generally, by the time you put the buff on and then run to other enemies, the buff has run out. So, I really wonder why they went to the extra effort to put those things in the game, while also making them entirely useless. But hey, FromSoft games are perfect, right? They're absolute flawless masterpieces. Nothing wrong with them. Nice. Is there a way I can get around those ones? Doesn't seem like there is. So you can see here how the waters start up here, and they run down from these waterfalls, and they also run down the steps going down to the rest of the Fountainhead Palace. So the source of the water is up there. The source of divinity is up there, where we eventually go to fight the divine dragon. Torii gates not only mark sacred spots, but they also act to purify the spirit of those that pass through them. They also mark the progression from the mundane into the sacred. So we usually find Torii gates as we proceed up to temples and shrines in the Shinto religion. Here we can see two rocks bound by a shimenawa. Shimenawa are ropes that we put around objects to mark them as not only sacred, but they're also invitations to good spirits, which are known as kami, or kami is the Japanese word for spirit or god. And if you believe in kami, that's what the whole point of the Shinto religion is. They believe in spirits. And the shimenawa is covered in yorishiro. These ornaments are used to ward off evil spirits. We can see here also how the rocks are bound by this rope. This is likely a reference to Meioto Iwa, which are otherwise known as the married couple rocks. They are joined by a shimenawa, a heavy rope of rice straw, and are considered sacred by worshippers at the neighboring Futami Okitama shrine. According to Shinto, the religion in Japan that believes in spirits, or kami, the rocks represent the union of the creator, Izanagi and Izanami. The rocks therefore celebrate the union in marriage of man and woman. The shimenawa, composed of five separate strands, which weigh 40 kilograms, must be replaced several times a year in a special ceremony. The larger rock, said to be male, has a small torii at its peak. So these two rocks bound by a sacred rope represent the unification and marriage between man and woman. We can see a cloud way up here. That's likely the what the spiral passage refers to. I'll be able to look at that when I go to a sculptor's idol. Spiral cloud passage, a sword technique that unleashes powerful shockwaves. Its namesake comes from a large eddy of distant cloud forming near the headwaters, the Fountainhead Spiral. Tomoe would watch her young master as he gazed longingly at the coiling clouds. The sight meant everything to her. It's weird how when you get high up enough, you can't actually see the clouds. So this here is the Fountainhead. This is the source of all the water that has been plaguing the lands of Ashina with the curse of immortality. You can tell it's magic because it's sparkling and glowing. This lady here appears to be dead. And we can see here ever blossoms on this rock here. I was never able to actually figure out the significance of this person. It's not Tomoe, because Tomoe is an Okami. It's not Takeru, because Takeru is presumably... Well, I don't know, maybe it is Takeru. Because Takeru said that he was wrapped in the fountainhead incense and was able to return home. And he has gray hair. I'm not sure whether it's a male or a female, to be honest. If it's a woman, I have no idea who it is. But it could be Takeru, because they returned to the divine realm, but they also might have returned to the divine realm by dying, because we see their gravestones at the old grave. So yeah, a lot of supposition about who this is, but when I looked it up, I wasn't able to find out. So before we fight the divine dragon, we fight the old dragons of the tree. Their white appearance and the poison they're coughing represents the dragon rot. You can see here that the divine dragon's tree is withered and dying. So in order for us to restore the divine dragon to its original power, we first have to cleanse it of the dragon rot. When we perform that death blow on them, the dragons that we killed will come back, but they'll be healthier than the ones that are coughing. So we should see a few pop up that are their original form. So essentially, we're like pruning the bad branches on a bonsai tree. We cleanse them of the dragon rot by killing them, and then when they come back, this is what they're supposed to look like originally. we kill these ones, it doesn't actually reduce the health of the boss. It's only the sick ones that count. The incessant coughing must cease. Now, in the English version of the game, this boss is known as the Divine Dragon, but in the Japanese translation, it's known as the Sakura Dragon. There's no point in distinguishing between the Divine Dragon and the Sakura tree. They are one and the same. The source of the divine heir of the dragon's heritage and their power, as well as our ability of resurrection. The sword you can see the Sakura dragon wielding is the same as the seven-bladed spear, I believe is what it's called. I can't remember the actual name of it. But that sword was a gift from Korea to Japan. The Sakura dragon is missing its left arm, or one of its left arms. It also appears to have a wounded eye and a gouge in its chest. These wounds appear to emulate the same wounds that Wolf and Kuro have. So because they're inexorably bound to each other, that could explain why it appears that way. Get up, you stupid bastard. Peekaboo. You can see there that it's the right eye that is wounded, and that's the same eye that Wolf has covered by the dragon rod. So it not only has a wounded right eye, its left arm is missing, and it has the giant gash in its chest, which is the same place where Kuro made the cut to get the blood for the divine aroma. So because the Sakura dragon is bound to Wolf and Kuro, it might have these wounds to emulate the characters that we have in the game. This sword is the seven-bladed sword, which was a gift from Korea to Japan, and this may be why we have the dragon's homecoming ending, because the dragon is not in its original homeland, so if we return it to the West, we may return it to Korea. The Red Immortal Blade's true name is Divine Gift of Tears, I believe. Gracious Gift of Tears. So we have to use the Red Immortal Blade in order to receive this gift. Also notice that you don't actually kill the Divine Dragon. You bring its health very low, but the divine dragon does not die when we receive the gift. The divine dragon, ancient deity of the Everblossom. Divine dragon's tears. Tears received from the divine dragon. The gracious gift of tears can only be granted by the mortal blade. The body of the divine dragon is eternal, and its tears once shed will maintain their form and moisture in perpetuity. Perpetuity? Should one of the dragon's heritage partake of the dragon's tears, immortal severance will be reified. So take a good look at the divine dragon's tears. And now take a look at the tear stone from Bloodborne. They're effectively the exact same model. They even have the same shape and the same kind of iridescence, but the doll tear is cracked and broken and gray, and the dragon tear is pink, just like the Sekiro tree that it represents. Is he okay?
Lord Ishin, what happened?
Lord Ishin has succumbed to his illness and passed away.
I see.
I'm sure you sensed it. The Central Forces have taken this opportunity to attack the castle.
And the divine heir?
Here.
Secret passage key. The key to the secret passage that leads out of Ashina Castle. The secret passage can be found at the end of the moat in the Ashina Reservoir, not far from the Moonview Tower. Kuro has escaped the castle through this passage, and the wolf looks to join him there.
This key. My lord has escaped the castle through the secret passage?
Yes, Master Wolf. The secret passage can be found along the moat in the Ashina Reservoir, not far from the Moonview Tower. Lord Kuro escaped the castle through that secret passage, and should be waiting for you in the Silvergrass field.
Understood.
The Nightjar have left smoke signals on the roofs under Lord Ishin's orders. The smoke should lead the way to Lord Kuro.
If you haven't received the Mushin compound to text yet from the Tengu, you can get it here from Emma, who received it from Ishin. In order to get the Mushin compound text, you first have to get a skill at the end of the trees, or any of the trees. So once you get the last skill in a tree, either the Tengu or Emma will give you the Mushin Arts compound text, or the Mushin Arts text. Remnant Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon of the Everblossom came from the west long ago, eventually making its way to this land. Some parts of Ashina are exceedingly old. Water coursing through her ancient rocks and soil allowed the dragon to take root. One small part of Ashina is exceedingly old. The ancient soil, rocks, and water that pervaded the land are said to have attracted the attention of the gods. Now, the Interior Ministry has begun their invasion of Ashina Castle, and as such, much like earlier, we can't just teleport to these places anymore because they've been invaded, and we've got to find them all over again. But yeah, I think that does it for today, folks. I'll start off tomorrow by re-exploring the Ashina outskirts and the castle and fighting off the Interior Ministry forces. There's a few bosses we have left in the game. We still gotta fight Demon of Hatred. We still have to fight Genichiro and Sword Saint. But yeah, this is basically the end of the game. Just I gotta get some food and get some groceries and that sort of stuff. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate every single fucking one of you. And I'll be back tomorrow to finish this off. I don't usually stream FromSoft games on the weekend, but it's only going to take me like a few hours to wrap this up tomorrow. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, I will be able to wrap this one up. And then I really don't know what I'm going to do to pass the time until Elden Ring comes out, But I think on Monday I'll likely start a lore and story playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 story playthroughs take a long time because there's so many fucking item descriptions in that game, it's not even funny. And, you know, the Dark Souls timeline and universe is convoluted, so there's lots to talk about. So yeah, Blurry, Ali, Kinza, everybody, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully I can catch you tomorrow for the finale of the Sekiro stream. I'm going to host somebody, so please stick around so I can support my friends. Doody-doo-doo. Doody-doo-doo-doo. 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 Alright, there's nobody I really particularly want to host in my friends lists. So let's see who's playing Sekiro. Sekiro. Man, I really don't know who I'm gonna host today, folks. Yeah, I don't really feel like hosting anybody, to be honest. I'm probably just gonna go and get some groceries immediately after this anyway. So yeah, thank you for hanging out, and I will hopefully catch you tomorrow. Bye.